Hello. Hi. Hello, everyone. Welcome. How's everyone doing? We're back at it. We're playing Pokemon again. I hope everyone is doing wonderful. It's a good night Tuesday, middle of the week. We love a good Tuesday. I hope y'all are chilling. It's time. I believe it is time to chill. All right, I think we're just about ready. Blah blah. Hello, we're streaming now. Let me let's do this. Oh, and also hold on 1 second, and then we'll be ready. Okay. Let's turn YouTube on. Hello, there we go. Boop, and then do boop. Hey, we're back. Hello, you can see my face again. Hey, oh shit, guys, we can't play the game anymore. Nice. We've played as many adventures as we possibly can. This is the end of the game. Thanks everyone for watching. Yeah, let's play some Pokemon Mystery Dungeon. It's been a while. We did post game. I think we did a little bit. We had some stuff with the. I'm trying to remember what happened last time, but I don't remember because it was a while ago. It was like 2 weeks ago. I should tap into the game. Heck, I have my controller turned off, so I have to like restart the. Give me a second. I wish I could like reconfigure it without having to like restart the core. I'll have to give me a second. It's fine. Hey, we're back. Game is back. Hello. Oh, that's in the wrong spot. Let me move the chat real quick. Shit, hold on. Give me a second. Hold on. Hold on. Everyone calm down. Where's the chat box? It needs to move. There it is. Okay, and then unlock it, and then move that shit down. There we go. Okay, and that should be good. Hey, all right, Aster, hello, welcome. How are you doing? How are you doing? How's my boy? We're here playing Pokemon. I'm not. Hello? Oh, there we go. That was weird. It wasn't working. I got the different chat box because that's what works with the. Happy to make it. I'm glad that you made it too, Mr. 399. We're almost at 400 followers. Damn. Maybe we can make it today. Maybe today will be the day. Hold on, I'm getting a million pings and I need to turn that off. I got my phone out ready. I might be looking at my phone in the future of the stream because something I'm getting from an artist. They told me that they would update me later today about it. So I'm gonna keep an eye on this guy. So if I look down at my phone, don't be mad. It's for the stream, I promise. I wrote this one off on my taxes because it was for the stream, so you can guarantee that's for the stream. So it's fine. It's fine. I'm not being distracted. It's fine. I'm gonna hit continue. Nice. I forgot that you don't get scarves in this game. Honestly, if I've heard some of my friends and other people say that they shouldn't remake this game. And for the scarves alone, they should remake the game so I can have scarves on my person. Tax exempted a commission? No, okay. So I'm not like joking. This commission is specifically for streaming. So yes, I wrote it off. If any of it's for streaming, I write it off because this is a business, or I'm treating it as a business, so I write it off. Because I earn money from it. So why shouldn't I be allowed to do that? Right? What does my inventory look like here? This man taxes. No, look. That's genuine. Is it hilarious? Look, I got money from it because I lose money on the streaming thing. But especially with expensive stuff. Is it funny? I mean, I write it off because it's for streaming. I write off a lot of the games I buy. I'm gonna write off next year. I'm gonna write off Paper Mario because I don't know if I'm gonna play that off stream. I wrote off Mario Wonder because I played that on stream almost exclusively. I wrote off Tears of the Kingdom because I only played that on stream as well. There's one more game that I wrote off because I only played it on stream and I forgot what it was. But yeah, those are all business purchases because I played them on stream and only on stream, so. I don't know what you want from me. What is this? You can.
Ha, I can torment you now. Yep.
You can torment me, except all you've done is turn yourself into a kobold. Hello, welcome. You're a kobold now, officially. Congratulations, you fool. All you've done is submit yourself to me. What does this do? Boost foes' critical hit ratio. Why would I want that? Honestly, I should.
Ohio, baby Gronk Sigma yep yep.
What the fuck does that mean? You missed Gyat. You missed Gyat. Apple, Big Apple. I got plain seeds I need to get rid of. A million sleep seeds. I'll get rid of 2 of them. 4 is fine. And I got a box and a fiery drum. Oh, I forgot that was the last thing I did was the fiery drum. Oh, did the Zard not work again? Hold on. Oh my shit, dude. Why is my stuff broken? I don't know why it's all broken. Give me a second. Oh, it's because I pulled it out of. It's annoying. Okay. 1 second. Oh my god, a follow? Redwood Pine, oh my god! 400. It didn't show up on the screen for some reason. I'll fix it. 400. Thank you for the follow, Redwood Pine. Oh my god. Hold on a sec. It didn't show up. I don't know why. Give me a second to fix all my shit because technical difficulties. Okay. We get a free Grard. There you go. We got audio for that now. And then why did the alert follows? It didn't play. Did it play? I didn't see it play. Hello? Where is it? Hello? Okay, I don't know why that didn't show up. Are my alerts broken? What's going on? Chat box follows. That should be. Hold on a second. Before accepting chat rule. Well, it should still. I hit replay. It's not working. Why isn't it working? It's there. Save. Now work. Is it hidden behind something it shouldn't be? Overlay URL. Okay. Bro. Technical difficulties. Oh my god, dude. Why is this happening? Why is it broken? What if I play someone else? Okay, no, it's just not playing any alerts and I don't know why. You can still hear the noise though, right? I don't know why it's playing the noise but not the actual like. Oh, is it off screen? I think it got broken. Let me do this. It got broken. I don't know why it got off screen or why it's so wide. What is happening? Why is dude, my overlays are all fucked up, but I don't know why. Because there's that. Iggy, I guess, is down there now. I mean, I'll probably leave it like that and it's fine. Oh, whoops. All right, hide that. Now it's appearing twice. There you go. Welcome. Thank you for following. Welcome to my horde. It's fixed. Everything's fixed now. I don't know why it was like that. God. You get double credit for being 400. True, dude. So true. So that actually means I can put DS chat back where it was living. Because it was in the right spot. My whole thing just got moved up. Okay. And then now we can bookmark that. Okay. We're good. All the stuff is in its proper location. All right. Anyways, thank you, Redwood Pine. Thank you for 400. My God, I did it. I finally got to 400. I'm really excited about that. That's really happy. tab back into the game. Now I can do the storage, my stuff. Oh, I didn't want to do that. Nope, didn't want to do that. Actually, I do. I will make sure. So I need 2 revive seeds, and then probably an apple, and then that's probably fine. Where are my reviver seeds? There they are. Okay. I also have this. Open the box. What's in the box? Aquila card. I'm gonna put that away. How do I sort? There we go. Do I have to equip that, or does it just happen passively? When held by the team leader, it is easier to recruit fire-type Pokemon. Oh, interesting. I'll store that for now. I do want a Quilava on my team. It's a shame that all the people I want on my team are just still fire types, so the type coverage is garbage. Nope. Alright, let's go ahead and just move on. Oh, let's talk to Bidoof. I don't know what I'm supposed to do. I think we're doing post-game stuff, and right now I think there's not a lot to do. But I know there's like story that I want to progress. But I don't know if there's like a major thing or not. Corfish! The surrounded sea. Oh, that's right. Sunflower was talking about the sea. Flareon, hi. Oh, sure. Do I have the space for this? Cool. You're welcome. I don't think I have any gummies right now, so I'm just gonna leave. Let's go look at the board. Or I can just do the minigame, the sentry duty. Where's Bidoof? Hey, Bidoof! Oh yeah, we got to meet Caesar. What is my current list? What is my current list? Come big like our... I lost my way. Okay. I don't see... Shimmer Hill. Reviver Seed. Huge. I don't know what to do. Do we just do jobs or should we do sentry duty? Blizzard Island 20th floor, jeez. Sure. A place called Midnight Forest. Cool, I can go there now. I don't know who my third is. Hey, what's up? I guess any location that doesn't have a thing on it will tell me if it's important to go to or not. So we'll just make our way there. Surrounded Sea has the current... Let's do this. Now that I've done all this stuff, let's save. And then we'll go to the Surrounded Sea. I have a feeling I'm gonna get crushed, but... Oh, well, that's unfortunate. Oh, the stairs are right there. Okay, how do I play this game again? Give it a second. Sometimes the kobolds don't talk. Nope, that kobold is just shy. So, sometimes they do that. His ass is frozen. Yeah, sometimes they get real shy about it, or it's delayed, and like if they go off screen and then it starts talking at me. But I'll do it again. That's kind of why it's only 10. That's why it's only 10. I forgot I made Trico only use Bullet Seed, and now he's gonna crush everything. Okay, I can two-shot things in this dungeon, so I'm not super worried. I am a little worried that I'm gonna fight Kyogre at the bottom of this. That is one of my worries. Dude, Bullet Seed, OP. Crush him, yes! Dude, Bullet Seed is so strong, I love it. What is this? Chesto Berry. Help, leave me alone! Thank you for the sentiment, though. I really appreciate it. I also hope to reach my dreams. Is he sleeping? No, it's just an item. I'm dumb. Pounce Orb. Yo, easy staircase. Dude, this dungeon's easy. Fire type in a water dungeon? Who cares? I literally spawned on the staircase. Yo, huge. That worked, right? Hold on, I gotta... Why? What the fuck are they doing up there, dude? What the... the hell down here? What are you doing up there? There we go. Okay, I don't know why that happened. I guess I forgot. I put it on the screen, but I forgot to actually like include it. There we go. I forgot to resize it. What's that? Okay, wide slash, that's fine. A seed. Quick seed. Wonder what that does. Uh-oh. There we go, okay. Don't worry about the technical issues. Sometimes the kobolds just get a little lost. Oh my god, help! Okay, perfect. Gummy! Dude, we getting the gummies. I don't have a third party member. It's probably fine, but it's still a bummer. Oh god, help! Yes, use only Bullet Seed and crush my enemies. Oh, that's not too bad. I think Bullet Seed's a physical move. Only 2? That's unfortunate. Please kill him. Okay, we're good. Before you get crushed. I don't know how many floors this dungeon is. We're just kind of going. We're kind of cruising, though. I'm already at floor 10. Whoops. Whoops. Of course I missed. Please hit him. Thank you. Jeez. Should I buy a professional kill streak Eyelander in TF2 for $140? No. I don't think you should do that. $140 on an in-game item. I just can't. I mean, unless you think you'll get $140 worth of worth out of it, then I guess I can't decide what you spend your money on. But I would not spend that money. The professional kill streak golden frying pans for 6,000. I would buy a fursuit before that. That's what I would do. Oh, I can basically one-shot them. I'm just out of range to one-shot those enemies. Oh, that's unfortunate. Oh, cool. Found out today that a friend of mine, a friend of a friend, makes fursuits for a living. Yo, are there pictures? What do they look like? Are they good? Now I'm curious. This pathway was a waste of time. This floor was not very lucky. Okay, we're just gonna... Oh, weak! Oh, and your friend, Finian! Yeah, go ahead. You don't get a nickname, though. I can't really judge in terms of aesthetic, but it seems just I think they're great. Well, that's kind of what I mean, like the quality of them. Like do they look good? Are you in my Discord? I want to see pics. I want to see pictures if there are any pictures to see. I'm just gonna do this. Are you out of? He must be out. Oh shit! I didn't get any elixirs. That's unfortunate. I messed up. You don't think so? Dang. As in there's no pictures, or you're not in my Discord? If you just type !Discord, everyone should be able to do that, and it'll throw a link in the chat, and you can jump in, and then you can post pictures. Eventually, it's supposed to automatically post every so often, but I don't think it does that. You are out of bullet seed, so you get to cast Giga Drain now. Rain Dance. That doesn't really help. Actually, you know what? You should not use Rain Dance ever again. Everything else is fine. Shit, dude, Giga Drain is killing him. What the fuck? Hold on. Okay, I gotta see pics. Post them in the IRL chat. I mean, art is fine. It's not a huge deal. Oh god, help! Help! Okay. Okay, that's fine. Run away from this looking. This is a dead end. Uh-oh, well, this is actually a problem. I mean, maybe not. I had a feeling that would happen. Used my revive seed. I'm gonna do this. Level up. 42. Dude, I need to be a Charizard. What's going on? Sassy tiger suits. All right, let's take a look. Yo, these are pretty sassy. Look at the sass on these creatures. They're cute. Plushies. They make plushies. Oh, that's sick. Let's go. They're my favorite. We love plushies in this home. If Goku gave Cell... No. I'm not gonna imagine that. I love the plushies. Your friend does good work. They look very good. Where are we going? Dizzy, I need to eat apple. Eat apple. Whoops. Well, that's unfortunate. There you go. Fish gets an apple, I guess. Help! Hey, there we go. All right. Gonna not speed up. Oh, max elixir. Huge. A food item went bad. Which one? Oh, the apple I had went bad. That's unfortunate. I'm gonna do that. There we go. I'm okay with him using Giga Drain or Bullet Seed, so it's fine. See, like in that case, definitely better to use Giga Drain. Dude, so much XP from here, dang. All right, perfect. Floor 14. Oh, I need to make sure I have. There we go. I need to make sure this works. Hey, there we go. All right. In case there's anything important happening, which somehow I doubt. Ooh, an orb. Give me the orb. Well, so much for the orb. That's annoying. Someone is, yep. Okay. Well, shit. Yep. Okay, we're done stepping on that at least. I wish I saw that was a dead end sooner, but here we go. Here we are. There we go. Dude, if I get the... I would love to get the secret base or the bazaar right now. That'd be so nice. Or I can just cruise through floors, I guess. You missed. I feel like it's a waste of time to be using my moves, to be honest. A rock. I don't care about the spikes. Honestly, the thrown items at this point. Maybe I should be using the thrown items. How do I do that? How do I use thrown items again? Hold down and press R. Thank you. Thank you, game. Accidentally wasted a flamethrower, but it's fine. Okay, we're gonna get out of this room because I hate that. Oh, he lived? Take that. 50 damage. That wasn't so bad. Oh, I forgot. Okay, we definitely don't want him using Giga Drain on Tentacruel. Oh shit. This is why we carry orbs. Probably a Foe Shield. Got that youch, dude. I love Charmander's animations in this game. Probably Foe Seal. Can't move. Okay, I'm gonna move. We're gonna make it so Clark can only use Bullet Seed. And then I'm gonna do this so that he does that. Hey, here we go. That was unfortunate. Shit. Okay. We'll use another orb. You're all afraid now. Alright, and I can use Wide Slash actually, and this is a good spot to use that. Yes, levels. Give me them levels, girl. Delicious. Perfect. I'm gonna not step on that trap. Dude, 200 damage, jeez. Chill. Ayo, chill. He's already dead. All right, we're good. That went. Oh, shoot. Is this the end? All right, well, let's drop the plain seeds. And then probably the probably throw that one. The Wonder Egg. I guess I don't need Safeguard. Warp Zone. Oh, I guess that's the end. Okay, cool. We did it. We did this, the sea. What is the Wonder Egg? Is that something I can give to Chansey? Oh my god, it's just sitting there. Cute. The egg we found at the surrounding sea yesterday. It's glowing with a mystical light, isn't it? What do you think it is? Oh shit, it's hatching already? It moved! Draconayr, the egg! It moved just now, didn't it? I don't know why I waited a second. It's hatching. Oh. Interesting. Hi. Wow, it's a Pokemon, but I've never seen anything like it. Surprise, you are parents. No, I'm not ready for this responsibility. He's cute. Hey, little guy, what kind of Pokemon are you? Maybe this little guy's too young to understand anything I say. I say? What should we do? I've never had to deal with a Pokemon like this little guy before. Oh, I know. We should ask Chatot. He's the guild's head of intelligence. Let's go see Chatot. Okay? Dude, I didn't want to be a dad. I'm not ready for this. So we came to see you. Throw him over the edge. No, it can fly. It can clearly fly. I don't I don't know what that would accomplish. Do you have any idea what kind of Pokemon this guy is? Well, to be honest, this is the first time I've actually seen a Pokemon of this sort. Judging from what you've told me, the youngster appears to be a Pokemon named Manaphy. Manaphy? Correct. This youngster is an extremely rare Pokemon. There are only a few in the whole world. It's said to hatch at the bottom of a cold sea. It then travels the seas over 1,000 miles. It should emphasize that the Manaphies are very rarely sighted. As a result, little is known about the Pokemon. Wow, so this little guy's a really rare Pokemon? And it's our child. Hooray. So, you two, what do you intend to do with this youngster? What? What should we do? Come to think of it, we haven't given it much thought. It happened 6 minutes ago. Oh no, it's crying. Wah! Oh no. What? What's wrong? The baby started crying all of a sudden. I would imagine he's hungry. Right. What should we feed him? I'm not sure, but because this youngster is a water type, how about feeding him some blue gummies? Oh, shit. That makes sense. I recall now. I remember someone in the chat was telling me that I needed to save up blue gummies. This must be why. Blue gummies? We found some at Craggy Coast, I think. Let's go get some blue gummies. Son of a bitch. All right, well, I think I have a bunch in the bank, so let's do, well, okay, let's do this first. Nothing I care about. Shit, dude, I can't believe this is happening. All right, I need a bunch of blue gummies, so let's do this.
Draconayr, can you tell marketplace.tf to send me my items faster? Yep.
What is that? Please elaborate. What is marketplace.tf? Let's talk about it while I grind for blue gummies, I guess. Okay, so this is storing 5 sleep seasons, fine. Rest, 1 of the escape orbs, the extra berries. Oh shit. Okay. Okay, we need to do some recycling. Damn. It's a third-party website that provides TF2 and other items for cheaper than Steam Marketplace. That sounds super reliable, and I don't think you're making a mistake. Okay, let's do some recycling. I already got one of them. Oh, okay, so it's kind of reliable. I didn't read what just happened. Please keep recycling. I guess they're probably offering a new recycle option. Reviver seeds. I have so many escape orbs, dude. 3 decal tools, 1 flying guillotine to the... I'm gonna get a few reviver seeds because I have so many escape orbs. And I guess the silver ticket. Okay, definitely the defense scarves. Weather band, probably. A held item that shields the Pokemon from weather, as if it's always in clear condition. I mean, weather doesn't ruin my life too much. I don't need that many cherry berries. Another silver ticket. So many orange berries. I don't need that many Pekka berries either. What's the blinker seed do? Unable to see other Pokemon. I'm fast forwarding because this is gonna take a minute. Get rid of the plain seeds. 2 pages of reviver seeds is probably fine. Okay, we'll do one more. Spin's Cafe is the most valid location to do for real. Honestly, though, I don't. First of all, I have no blue gummies. Fuck. This is my life now. I'll keep Aerolaze. I'll keep Dark Pulse. Focus Punch probably won't be helpful. Explosion probably won't be helpful. I think I already know Solar Beam. My deliveries are on cooldown. Oh no, that's a shame. I'm sorry to hear that. Confused because my inventory was on private. Oh, interesting. Okay, let's look at some moves. I don't know if I care about the all-hit orb or the all-mock orb. There's a bunch of orbs in here that I'm like, I know I'll probably never really use. Oh, that's probably where a lot of this shit is. Fire Blast. I don't know. I'll keep that one just in case. I think I'll probably the site said you must stop. Sir, you have a problem. Pekka Scarf is probably fine to get rid of. Reviver, Sleep Talk, I don't know if I care. I have 3 deluxe boxes I should go open. I don't think I care about rest. I don't care about a lot of these. The only reason I have as many as I do is for trading in for a better one. So let's do this. I don't care about the Pseudo-Wudo stuff. And then we'll get rid of the Sea Trap orbs. Okay. That should be good for clearing out my my other stuff. So we'll get rid of Rainy Orbs. My grimy food. The Patsy Band. And the scanner orbs, which I will never use. Okay. Now I'll just sell the rainy orb. Okay, we're back. Okay. So we have... I don't know if I want that. Okay, we cleared 40 spaces of inventory in the bank. Silver gummy I'll keep. I want to grab 3 apples, 1 orange berry, and then 2 elixirs. And then an orb or 2 for protection. Okay. We'll grab 2 apples and a big apple. We'll grab an orange berry. And then we'll grab 2 max elixirs. What is mix elixir? Alright, well, that's fine. And then probably a faux hold. My inventory's full, isn't it? Well, shit, okay. Why do I have... Oh, because I have the... Okay. Shit. This is a pain. Should I put on your awesome sign? You can legit put any image on them. You can do whatever you want, my dude. Live your own life, my guy. However, I don't want the input on that. Let's not talk about that in the chat, please. Oh, I got the prize ticket. I should probably just use that. Okay, let's go use the ticket and then the boxes. Because the boxes will free up like 3 spaces. Reviver seed, that's nice. Another reviver seed. 3 reviver seeds, huge, dude. And then we'll use the prize ticket. Price ticket. Oops, get out of here. Prize ticket. Cool. All right, we're done here. I gotta look something up real quick. Hold on 1 second. Okay. All good. We're chilling. Let's do some storing. Store those. Honestly, kind of want to just store that and that. Those. Do I need the power band? Probably not. Or the rocks. The poison, definitely not a burn. I have the heal seed if there's any status problems I need to deal with. 2 sleep seeds is probably enough. XI seed I can keep. Let's get rid of the rainy orb because I don't ever want to use that. Radar orb I can get rid of as well. I think that's good. Alright, let's go to Craggy Coast because I don't have any fucking blue gummies. I thought I did. I thought I was saving them. Like, I remembered thinking that I need to save them, but I guess not. I have a job there anyway, so it works out. Let's go to Craggy Coast and we'll get some blue gems. Okay, let's take a look here. Mission objectives. Floor 9, escort to Gligar. Okay. Otherwise, we're just free to do as we wish. Somehow I get the feeling that we're vastly overleveled for this area. Yeah. I guess I should have kept the items on the ground orb. Because we're looking for items now. That's kind of like where we're at. Send you back to one of the early days. It's very strange. Oh, Gastrodon? I don't know if I have a Gastrodon, so you can join, sure. Go home. You go home. You can join the team, but you can't join me here. Green gummy? Oh, it's a grass gummy. Oh, I fed a green gummy to Trico earlier. That was a mistake. How many blue gummies do I need, by the way? Like, is this gonna be a whole thing? Two, possibly 3. Okay, I'll just see if I can grab 3. If I get 2 and only get 2, then I'll just try and go give it. But if I find a 3rd, then cool. If I have 3... Oh no, he's frozen. If I have 3 by the time we get to try and leave, then I'll leave. But if I don't, then I'll go to the end of the dungeon. Finian has the like sucking abilities and or sucking attacks away from me, and that's super nice. What are the odds of gummies appearing? A little scavenger hunt right now is what we're doing. Dratini! I'm wrapped, help. Dude, I love seeing Sfeel roll around. If I ever play a randomizer of this game, I'm gonna hope that I get Sfeel. Sure. Level up. How many times am I gonna have to feed the Manaphy? That's the other question. Is this gonna happen more than once? Am I actually just a dad now? Dratini, yes, join my team. Finian, get out of here. I have a Dratini now. Fuck yeah. I disagree. I don't think it's more fun, but you hold the power here, so. Okay, that's the whole floor. Dude, this is gonna be a whole thing. I haven't seen any blue gummies. Krabby, you're a dead man. That Krabby is on my list. He will not escape. No, you just leave. Drop that blue gummy. Yes. No, go away. I don't care. 43. Yo, we leveled up in the level 6 dungeon. Dude, get out of here. Leave me alone. Really? Oh my god, that actually one-shot. I did not think that would one-shot. That's amazing. You do not need to do that. Oh, not only the wing goal is one shot by the standard tackle. We're here for items. I don't know why I'm going for the stairs. Whoops. Okay, well, bullet seeds, so as long as he hits, yeah, there we go. Perish. Oranberry, I guess I'll pick that up. Oh, Spheal survives the normal tackle as well. Reviver seed? Do we got so many reviver seeds? I got an apple. We love apples, dude. Apples are delicious. Dude, the Krabby lives. What the heck? Get out of here. Oh, our Volby got lost. I don't know how that happened, but it's fine. Rude. Oh shit. Okay, that was close. I didn't think that that would be as much of a problem as it was, but here we are. Here's the stairs. I don't see any items I care about. That just did a loop around the whole place. Was that really necessary? I really don't think that was necessary to kill him. He was just taking a nap. He was eeping, dude. You need to relax. Oh no, 1 damage. Well, guess that's healed now. Dude, stop murdering everyone. You don't need to do this. You don't need to do this. Oh my gosh. He's still young. Getting hungry again. Ugh. That's all I cared about. Unnecessary. I guess he was fighting back, so it's fine. Okay, I guess we're done on this floor. Actually, no, we're not. Unless this is just a loop. Yeah, it's just a loop. That floor sucked. How many? I mean, this place has got to be 10 floors at most, right? Brown gummy. There's the stairs. Perish. Level up. Level 12. You did it, Dratini. Woohoo, let's go. Oh, I'm hungry again. Eat the big apple. There we go. Okay, don't need to go that way. Oh no, mud sport. Whatever will I do? Dude, what are you doing? You got lost. You're gonna have to fight your way out of there, dude. There we go. Did that really just miss every single shot? There we go. There we go. Okay, he's good. I am not worried for Clar in the slightest. Literally 0. I didn't mean to do that, but whatever. There we go. Floor 8. There it is. 300 damage almost, dude. Incredible. Clar's gonna use bullet seed. Yep, there we go. I guess we'll go this way. Just another big room. All right, Celio is weaker than I thought he would be. Okay. I guess I'll pick up the chest. All right, floor 9. We're done with the job, at least. Please talk to the... Thank you. Bullbeat, talk to your friend. Bullet seed fires 4 times with only the 3rd hit connecting. It's been pretty consistent. I think each hit is 50% chance. No, we're not leaving. Yes. Blue gummy! Yes, let's go, dude. Huge. That's 2. that's a seed of some kind. Doesn't matter. If that was a gummy, I would have been crushed, but... Oh, he lived. What? I think my attack got lowered. No, go away. Alright, I think I'm done here. Yeah, I'm done here. That's all the rooms. Oh, that's not a... I thought that was my friend. Whoops, wrong way. No, my attack! Oh, that's the end. Alright, I got 2 of them. Please let me become... Sure. I'll do my best. No, you don't get a nickname. 60 Explorer ranks. Oh shit, let's go. Oh my god, that's huge actually. That's so nice. We got Ginseng. What does that do? Does that upgrade a move? Because that's going to Bullet Seed immediately. Okay, the Ginseng's in the storage. Let's go ahead and grab that. I think we have to use it in a dungeon, but we're gonna do boxes first. We're gonna open boxes. Charclaw. Bidoof card. We're starting to get duplicates. And Pullhorn. Oh, okay. Now we have so much more space in the box though, so I'm... Okay. Put those in there. I'll keep the Charclaw just in case it gives me buffs. Reviver Seed, the brown and silver gummies. We'll put the 1 orangeberry. 2 apples is fine. Take. We want 1 big apple. And I think just the... I didn't really use any items, so I think just that and then the ginseng. Where is it? There it is. Powers up, topmost move. Okay. Whoops. I want that too. Okay. And then I'll use that on Klar. Do we upgrade Solar Beam or Bullet Seed? I think Bullet Seed is probably better. Right? I think Bullet Seed is much stronger. How do I move? I might be only be able to do that in a dungeon. All right, now we want to go talk to Krogunk anyway, and then we'll talk to Manaphy next and give them 2 blue gummies. Dragon Sash. Justini Dragon or Dragonite. I mean, that's pretty nice. Okay, I don't think any of that. I need to look at the list again. You know, yeah, for my use. We want... the flame bangle, I think. Yeah, we wanted flame bangle. Or the fiery globe. Cute armor looks nice too. Yeah, so flame bangle or fiery globe are the two I wanted. Okay. Manaphy, hi. I have blue gummies for you. Yes. Goomy. Oh, no. Oh my god. That shit rocks. It just like starts cursing. You're like, oh my god. He ate the gummy. He likes you. He's so cute. Hey, Draconayr, this little guy's still a baby. How about we look after him for a while? Sure, I'm a dad, I guess. Awesome, we'll do it. Dude it. I'm not sure this is a good idea. What? This child is a Pokemon that normally would grow in the sea. This environment is obviously unlike the sea. Add to that, we know next to nothing about Manaphy. Who knows what could happen? No, Manaphy, Goomy the Pokemon doesn't exist yet. But it wouldn't be safe to just return the guy to the sea. Let's look after the little guy until he gets bigger, please? We'll look after him properly, we promise. Are we sure about that? Fine, if you insist. You have nothing to worry about. You can count on us, right? Sure can. Sure can. Okay, Manaphy, for the time being, this is your house. House? That's right, house. We're going to look after you, little guy. House. But what are we supposed to do now? Goomy, give! Now! It pulls out a gun. You want a blue gummy? It's quite the appetite. Okay, let's find another blue gummy. I got one right here. Eat it. Yes. Consume. Ah. No. Is it tasty or goomy tasty? I like that's right, tasty, and then suddenly it understands what that means. I wish dogs were that easy. They're like, what the fuck do you mean? I'm like, sit, and then they're like, oh shit, yeah, you're right. Oh, it's so easy. Something wrong? Eepy. Oh my god, it's Eepy. Sleep tight, Manaphy. The next morning. Oh, that was the day. All right. Hi. Good morning, Manaphy. Look, it calls us by name. That's awesome. Awesome. Cover it in oil. I was trying to train my cat, and the concept of word association is so difficult when you're intentionally trying to do it. Dude, it's so, like, I really wish it was as easy as tasty. Yeah, that's right, tasty. And they're like, oh shit, yeah, you're right. What should we do today? Eating and sleeping all the time doesn't seem healthy enough. Let's take the little guy out on the walk on the beach. Yo, walkies? Sure, let's go to the beach. It's for kids to just agree with anything. Honestly, it kind of is. The power of suggestion. Yes, tasty. You know what it means now. Ooh. It's like a dog. You could say anything. You could insult the shit out of them, but if you say it in the excited voice, they still, like, are totally down to party. To the beach. Manaphy, this is the beach. Come on, Manaphy, over here. Look at the bubble. Look at the Michael Bublé's. Oh. This is the sea. Sea. Oh god, I'm a parent. This is the parent episode. That's right, the sea. That's where you came from. Sea! Draconayr! Sea! Draconayr, Manaphy's really happy. It's great you brought him down to the beach. He's a little dance. He's dancing. And so Manaphy, Draconayr, and Clara played until sunset. That night, he was kidnapped. Oh shit. Waking up. Wake up. Wake up. Wait, would you kiss up on the table? Oh, he's thinking of something. He knows. The next morning. Oh shit, he's gone. Oh fuck. Manaphy? Draconayr, Manaphy. Manaphy's missing. What should we do? Where could he have gone? Let's go look for Manaphy. Oh, fuck, dude. Down to the beach. I'm immediately going to the beach. Whoops, I didn't mean to go by the stairs. I just wanted to run that way to just be sure. I like going back into the room, play the happy music again. Help! Mom, Dad, help! I lost my child. I need an adult. I am an adult. Ah, Team Talaga. How's your child doing? You know, the one that you totally didn't lose in 2 days. I was just on my way to see how Manaphy is doing. I trust Manaphy is doing well. Yeah, great. She's doing great. Oh, he's just really on it. There's trouble. Manaphy disappeared. What? Didn't I tell you to take proper care of that baby? Squawk, I look too. Manaphy's still a toddler. That baby couldn't have gotten too far. I looked through the guild. You two search outside. Thank you for helping. To the beach! Alright. Manaphy! Oh, cool. Yeah, he's right there. We did it! Manaphy, you had us worried. Why did you come here all by yourself? Manaphy? Manaphy, what's the matter? Oh shit, he died! Manaphy! I don't know why there was exclamation points at the beginning of that. Draconayr, he's running a high fever. Manaphy, hang on. That's not good. Could it be ocean fever? Oh no, what should we do? You found Manaphy. Did you not tell Chanot? Chanot, Manaphy's... Manaphy? My goodness, he's running a frightful fever. We know. We found him standing on the beach and then he toppled over. His illness must be caused by being in the wrong environment. Just as I thought, Manaphy is a Pokemon that needs to grow in the sea. Our environment is entirely unlike being in the sea. That's why this infant is ill. So it's our fault that Manaphy... But as things stand, remorse and regret won't help now. We need to focus solely on curing Manaphy's illness. How do we go about curing him? Here's something I've heard. According to the Pokemon living in the sea, it seems sometimes there's a cure-all item known as Fiondu. That may be what it takes to cure Manaphy's illness. So that's what we need. Can you tell us where to find it? There are Pokemon called Fion that drift along the sea. They are said to produce Fiondu. I believe that Fion live in an area to the west called the Miracle Sea. The Miracle Sea. We have to find the Fion, no matter what. It's the only way we can save Manaphy. Do I already have one? That sounds like a rare item. I might just already have one. Unless you can only get it from this event. Whoops, I meant to... I guess we can look and see if I need to store anything. Nope. What are the odds? Too low. All right, let's go to the Miracle Sea. To the Miracle Sea, yes. I'm just gonna walk across the ocean real quick. Oh shit, dude, I'm already surrounded by monsters. All right. Oh my god, Chini's about to freaking get like rocketed to the top of the leaderboard here. Okay. Team Clar moves. There we go. Bullet seed at the top. Let's give you the ginseng. Bullet seed. Stronger. Let's go, dude. Honestly, Clara is my MVP. I'm not gonna lie. I assume I'm gonna have to just go to the bottom of the... Oh shit, it lived. Help! I'm just gonna go down. There we go. I'm just gonna leave. I assume it's just at the end of the dungeon I get an item. Oh shit, that fucking killed me. Help! I went the right way though, that's nice. Oh no, it threw a stick at Clar. It's a good thing I have bullet seed. I was gonna get that money, but I don't care enough to fight another monster. Cool. Dude, I love spawning in the... Oh shit. That's actually really bad. That's not what I wanted at all. Well, fuck. Oh god, a Mantine. Please hit him. Clar. There we go. Let's go ahead and heal all the way up before... What are you shooting at? Why did an enemy spawn in this room off screen? Is that what happened? I didn't even see the red dot. A love disc. Oh my god, get out of here. Perish, love disc. Love disc rocking my world. In no other universe would that happen. That worked. Bullet seed, please. Clar, why are you already out of bullet seed? Is that what's happening right now? You certainly are. There we go. As long as there's no tentacles, it should be fine. Alright. Cool, we're chilling. Fuck. Oh, fuck. That might kill me. We're good. We're good. Okay, we're good. Okay, we're good. We're chilling. We're chilling. We're chilling. Okay. Giga Drain carry. I went the wrong way though, so that sucks. You missed, bruh. There we go. There we go. Okay, that scared me. Fuck. Destroy him! Okay. Dude, this is terrifying. Finally, oh, Crystal, what's up? Welcome. How are you doing? Oh shit, help, 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 help! I need help! How's it going? Welcome to the stream. You've entered in my dad phase. We're in the dad arc because I just hatched a child, and now I have to be responsible for a child, and I'm not ready for this responsibility. So that's where we're at. 43, dude. We're so high level. I feel over leveled, to be honest, in terms of just number. I still feel like I could die at any moment, but freaking love disc. Why do you have so much health? What the hell? Dang. I'm doing good. Yeah, it's nice. It's a very, very nice. I'm glad to have had yesterday off for the holiday. A very needed break. I love. Oh, thank God that didn't go off. Dad arc is so real. Well, I didn't mean to have a child. I just found some treasure at the bottom of the ocean, and then it hatched into a child, and now I'm a dad. So that it's just like real life, where it was also a surprise. This is very bad. Let's do this. Everyone go to bed. We'll move one down. Switch. We're going to give... We need to give Clar an elixir. And now he can use Bullet Seed. Free my boy, he doesn't have enough shinies for child support. For real though. Alright, so let's make it so that he only uses Bullet Seed now. And then I guess I just aim that way. And we just flamethrower. Please hit. Please hit. I literally gave you Bullet Seed specifically so that you could hit more than one monster at a time. Thank you. Of course, there's no one else in that line anymore. Oh, this is bad. Okay, he just needs to not shoot diagonally, to be honest, and then it's fine. Okay. I might die. I was really hoping you'd shoot sideways, my dude. Okay, it's okay. If the Kingdra hits... Oh, actually, that's big. I am just going to eat an Oran Berry. And then... Please shoot sideways. Of course, he only shot twice. Why is everyone going for me, dude? Get the hell off. Huge? Huge? Double kill? Okay, finally I get a chance to turn. Nice. Nice, all right. And then Bullet Seed. And he saved PP on it. Huge. All right. Whew. Oh shit, there's more! Help! just got a job bartending at my local water park today. After the becoming a pool toy thing. I can't say I'm familiar with this, actually. I must have missed the pool toy arc. But that's awesome. I'm glad that you got a job bartending. That's super cool. Oh, Finian wants to be my friend. Go ahead, you know, just chill. I don't have any reviver seeds, so you can't waste them. Yes, attract the Kingdra. Well, that didn't last long. Giga Drain, help! Oh, thank you. All right, we're good. We're done here. I only used like 3 items, and I'm out of healing items now, but it's fine. That floor went very okay. Oh, stairs are right there. Perfect. Cool, that was an easy floor. I was on with the Guja Pool Toy PFP on Twitter. Oh, I did see the PFP. I did see that. I don't think I saw it on Twitter. Hold on, give me a second. This is the artist I was talking about earlier. I just got updates on the cool thing. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, it looks so good. Oh my god, it looks so good. That's incredible, dude. I'm so hyped. Oh shit, dude, I just got jumped. Leave me alone. Dude, that was so many. Uh-oh. Okay, here's what we're gonna do. He's got this. Nope, he just went somewhere the fuck else. Oh no, dude. Alright, we're definitely doing that because I will die. Oh my god, so the Charizard scared me. It's literally just me and I scared myself. Alright, that was a rough floor. Dude, that spike cannon move just like ruined my life. That was so scary. Yes, Bullet Seed, ruin his life, crush him. Go ahead and grab that. Joy Ribbon, I think that's healing, right? What the hell? Oh, Aurora Beam. I was like, what move is that? Fool, you're bad. Oh, the stairs are here. Yeah, let's go, dude. Oh gosh, all right, this dungeon is starting to wear on me. Dude, I keep getting jumped whenever I walk into a room. Chill. All right, chilling. Okay, that just lowered my attack, so I'm not too bothered by that. This is gonna be an interesting shaped floor, I can already tell. Oh, never mind. We're good. I dropped seed. I got an escape orb too, in case I really need to use it. I'm out of Fire Fang. That's not good. Flamethrower it is. If Cloister gets to keep skill link. Why? Explain. I don't know anything about Cloister, I'm not gonna lie. I don't know what the Cloister strats are. Oh my fucking god, help. I'm definitely gonna have to use a berry here. because that is not good. Thank you for helping save me. Okay, that should be good. Should play Mystery Dungeon. It's wonderful. This game is amazing. Oh, I think all of them. The only one I haven't played is Gates to Infinity, but all the other ones have been incredible. Oh, the game paused for me. That's thank you very much. Dude. These updates I just got for my art. Spicy. They're so spicy. They're so spicy, dude. I can't wait to show these to you guys. You'll see it. You'll see it soon. Okay. I did say at the beginning of the stream that I would be talking about it. This is also, it's not spicy. It's not it's not spicy art, I promise. This is a thing that will be used for stream specifically. And once it's done, I will have a thing for it. It will be very, very fun. I might put a teaser in my Discord at some point once it's finished, because whenever it's finished, I'm gonna get it set up immediately for whatever the next stream is. Please die. Counterattack. What is with all these enemies? Take care of him. You missed. Oh, thank God that Ice Fang missed. That scared me. Just gonna sit here for just a few seconds. Oh shit, I'm dying. Eat the big apple. Okay, we're good. 89 is probably also fine. And stairs. Whew. It's pretty shiny. PP0. The linked moves became delinked. Of course they did. Of course they did. That's wonderful. I'm glad that my backup move, my typeless backup move, got put to 0 and therefore lost its link. That's great. That's wonderful. I love it. That's so great. That's wonderful. Oh my God, Cloister, help. Level 44. Oh my God, dude, this is rough. Help. Of course, that's a dead end. I was hoping that would connect up the top. Help! Help! Crush him! Oh, please don't tell me you're out of moves. Oh, shit. Solar beam him. Oh my God, that was so much damage. I'm gonna give you the elixir. There we go. All right. I'm not very useful right now, so I'm just gonna make you slow. How did you live? How did a love disc just live a Giga Drain? Okay, the bullet seed was a little unnecessary. You could have just Giga Drained again. You you did not need a bullet seed. Bro, save your bullet seeds, please. I don't know if there's a boss. Okay, that one I was okay with. Please don't. Okay, that hurt a lot, but it's fine. Okay. Dude, I feel like I am walking on coals here. Shit. Help. Become slow. Now Giga Drain him. Or Bullet Seed. Help! Help! I need help! Kill him, please! Oh, thank God. Alright. Oh my God, dude. Oh God, he missed. Shoot him. Shoot him. Kill him. Oh God, fuck. Fuck, okay, dude, I'm scared. I'm like out of moves. I need to find an elixir on the ground. That hurt. That's annoying. Shit. I don't remember when my last save was. I might have to just take the loss. Yeah, critical hit, of course, right? Is there a rewind key? That'd be cool. Let me take a look real quick. Hotkey config. Reload, reset, fast forward, decrease speed. There is no tools. Save screenshot. Cheats. Other? Nope, there is no backwards, so I think I just take the loss, which sucks. If I send out for a rescue, can I do it myself, or does it have to be somebody else? Because I could... I don't know, dude. I think I just take the loss. Ah, that sucks dick, dude. I just lost, like, I think all my money, right? You too. Have you obtained a field? No, I got fucking killed. Dude, when can I use the evolution shit? Is that, like, when can I do that? There's a password generator that you could use. Well, I'd have to, like, make it... I'd have to copy save and do the whole thing, and it's just, like... Okay, I didn't lose too much shit. It's not that bad. Damage isn't that bad. I still have a bunch of money, so it's not that bad. I do hate that we have to go through all of that again, though. See, if I had the fucking item that makes me not take water damage, it would have been fine. Okay, get rid of the Teddy Claw. Joy Ribbon. Special Band. The sticks, the pink gummy. Dude, I lost a lot of my seeds. You enter the password that you give to friend to rescue you, and the generator gives you the password that tells the game you were rescued. Oh, I did not know that. I'll have to use that next time. Okay, let's take a look at my inventory right here. What do I need? Okay, so I want apples, I want seeds of any kind, and I want orbs of any kind. Apples, orange berries, grab one heal seed. What does it mean enhanced vision? I guess I can't look. Reviver, we'll grab 2 and then not worry about 2 sleep seeds, a totter seed, max elixir. I only have the 1, which sucks. You can generate a mission for any floor of any dungeon to get any reward. Dude, that's wild. That reminds me of the way people you farmed levels on Bloodborne, where you can have like the dungeon, the online dungeon, and each dungeon has its own seed, and there's the seed where a big monster gets killed by an environmental thing like right at the beginning, and people call it the cum dungeon because the seed has got the word cum in it. And I think that's hilarious. One slumber orb, 1 totter orb. It's like a warp orb. I did lose my other roll call orb, so that's unfortunate. A follow, Crystal Cobalt. Thanks for the follow. Really appreciate it. Okay, let's see if they sell anything cool. Not a max elixir, honestly, buying the crap out of that. Stun seed, gonna buy that too. Nothing else though. Anything cool from you? Sunny day maybe? Nope. Alright, let me go relink my move now because my because that stupid trap broke it. Whoops, set move, link. There we go. Yeah, that's the one. And so people just call it the cum dungeon. And I think it's so funny. Dude, the Bloodborne community is hilarious. But yeah, so you just input that seed and then you go there and the enemies just like die instantly. You get a ton of souls or whatever. Stream charm. What is that for? That's for Azure. Okay, I don't care about that. Water cape. Piplup. Play tag. What is that for? Oh. Honestly, what I could do is like do I could do sentry duty until I get something cool from that list that I can actually use. Okay, who do I want here? Can I sort by level? Sort by level, here we go. Heatran, I forgot he was here. Dialga, I forgot he was also here. Say farewell? Why would I do that, dude? Alright, summary. Dude, lose XP. Level 48, jeez. Joined at Temporal Tower. Does he have... What are his moves? Oh, does he have pressure? He does. Metal Claw, Ancient Power, Dragon Claw, and Roar of Time. Does that hit teammates? All enemies in the room. Sweet. Dude, Dialga might be my bro here. Dude, imagine being part of the guild. You're Corfish, Bidoof, you're hanging out, and fucking you hear the ring-a-ding and they're like, oh, someone joined a team. Someone's calling for their roster. And then you hear Chimeko yell, calling Dialga for team duty, and then everyone in the guild just like loses their shit. They're like, what the fuck did he just say? Excuse me? Come again? Level 2 Shellos and Beach Cave. And then Dialga shows up in Roar of Time's your ass. Dude, honestly, I would shit myself. I'm not gonna lie. If I was just like a little Charmander and I was like hanging out in my little volcano home and then Dialga showed up with a fucking like Pikachu and I'm like, dude, look at him. Oh, well, there you go. Okay, I'm gonna do this. Okay, look, so, Dialga, I know that you need to chill. Oh my god. All right, gotta head out, but it was chill time. We'll definitely be back. Well, thank you. I hope you have a wonderful rest of your night. Thanks for stopping by, and I hope to see you again. Oh my fucking god, dude. He really did just come out swinging. Exactly. Roar of Time, I turned it off specifically so that if I see a monster house, I can turn it back on. Speaking of, funny that you mentioned that. Hey Dialga, can you know that move I just told you not to use? Can you use that real quick? Dialga, please use Roar of Time. There it is. Die. Perish. Look at them all fade away. Okay. I mean, I think one Roar of Time is fine. Because he has Giga Drain, so honestly, Clar in front is probably ideal. Please hit. Okay. Oh, thank God. To let him keep doing that. So I think if he uses Roar of Time, first of all, he only has 4 PP with it, which is unfortunate. Second, I think whenever he uses it, he pauses for a turn, so he loses a turn. It's basically like Solar Flare or Solar Beam, where he'll do it and then lose a turn. Or I guess not Solar Flare and Solar Beam, but I think Hyper Beam. You have to spend the turn after to recover. All right, that was good. You're fucking kidding me. Rude. Help. I was gonna pick up the items, but I'm just gonna leave. You didn't warp into another monster house? Oh my fucking god! You were saying? Dialga, help! I'm just gonna go ahead and use this Hornberry on myself because I'm dying. Why are you using Dragon Claw? Use Roar of Time! Oh my god. Okay, it's fine. Everyone stop. Everyone chill. You are only using Roar of Time right now. And I need to do a triple hit here. Okay, and then, okay, now Roar of Time and kill everyone, please. Why are all of them living? Why are they all still alive? Okay, I think there's a low amount of enemies enough for me to now allow him to do anything else. Fire Fang. Cool. That didn't do a lot, but it's fine. Dialga dying? Why? What do you mean he's dying? Switch with me. There we go. Level 44. I'd say this this path is going much worse than the other one did. What do you mean you missed? Okay. Ambulance. Okay, I think we're safe. Give me the chest back. Did he just heal? Bruh, get out of here. He's really just punching me. A normal ass attack. All right. Okay, oh God, that was the whole floor. That whole floor was just a monster house. Thank God. All right. Jesus. It's only the 4th floor, dude. Oh my God, dude. What a disaster. Oh, huge though? Dude, the game is finally like apologizing to me. Hell yeah, dude. Look at 5 floors just like that. Bullets, just you take care of this. Yeah, there you go, you got it. What the fuck was that? Help. Are you? Oh, you must be out of Giga Drain. Please hit him. I can't believe you just rolled 4 heads in a row.
Did someone say monster house? Can I get a monster house up in this house? Draco keeps talking about monster houses, so clearly he wants one, and I for one think it must be delivered with intensity and intent. Let's go monster house. Yip yip.
Or I can't tell if you're talking about the movie from like 2004. I can confidently say that I would politely request that no more monster houses ruin my life tonight. Or at least in this dungeon. So scared of that movie. Dude, same. That movie kind of fucked me up. Oh, Mantike, sorry. You're going home. I got Dialga, the god of time. Oh no, a sleeping gas. Oh no, he's asleep. Dude, there's so many traps. What the fuck? Several food items went bad. Are you kidding me? What did I lose? Everything but the big apple. Did I lose oranberries too? Fuck, dude, that sucks. I hope I find the bazaar so I can use those again. Fire Fang. Okay, I'm not really upset about that one. This dungeon sucks. I hate this dungeon. Please hit him. Thank you.
How about that old television show that was basically Sherlock Holmes, but in a hospital? What was it called again? Oh yeah, House. But what if he was also a monster? Then we get Monster House, Monster House, Monster House, yip yip.
House, but he's a monster. Oh, Dialga got lost. I don't know how that happened, but honestly, it's fine. I'm sure the God of Time can handle himself against single enemies at a time. Maybe not. What the fuck, dude? Kill him. Please use a different move. Lots of XP, though. This is annoying. Dude, he actually might die. Thank you for using a proper move. Stop using... Dude, I'm okay. I'm removing his ancient power privileges. There we go. I mean, that wasn't much stronger, to be honest. No more sleeping gas, help. I can't tell if that was a crit or not. Hey, Dialga, welcome back. Here's the staircase. Of course, there was a self-destruct trap right in front of the stairs. Bro. Okay, I'm gonna sit here and heal for just a minute. Okay, we're good. I am so sick of explosion traps, dude. Why are there so many traps next to each other? Oh, thank God Sword Stance was sealed. That's the only move I don't really care about on him. Bruh. I don't want to be in this dungeon anymore. I like that because Dialga's walk animation is so much longer. It looks like he just kind of floats around. He just like slides on the ground. Should help. Okay. Oh, I'm out of fire. Shit. Smack, I guess. I'm gonna assume that Clar is now out of moves. Out of important moves, anyway.
Draco doesn't want to be in this dungeon anymore. He wants to go home. To his home, his house. His house for pocket monsters. Or his monster house, monster house, monster house, yep yep.
What the fuck? What? Why are you on about monster houses? This is the whole thing now. I don't care about you. Leave me alone. Just let me move on. Okay. 13. We're almost back to where we were. I hope that this dungeon doesn't have more than... Oh, the stairs are in this room. I hope this dungeon doesn't have more than 20 floors. Of course. Of course. Cannot be used. Well, he's still holding it, so it's fine. Sarah, hello, welcome. I guess I'll use this because I can't use any other moves. Please do not Giga Drain.
Oh, you said Monster House again. Or perhaps we can discuss that item that the Skulltulas kept dropping Yappy.
No, no, stop making the joke about the spider house things. I don't want that joke to persist. Stop. I have to eat the fucking big apple. Because I don't have any other food because of stupid traps, dude. Okay, that worked out. Where are the stairs, dude? I want to be out of here. Hey, there we go. All right. No, it was just a big apple. Aquajet, get out of here, dude. Dialga's got this. Dialga's got this. Nice. He got really hurt from that, but he's got this. I hate this Pokemon. I hate this Pokemon. I ate all of New York. Yeah, dude, suck it. It's mine. 45. I'm just gonna wait here for a little bit longer, and there we go. All right. I forgot about counterattack. I really should stop attacking them. I really should just let Trico do all the work. Of course they flinched. It's fine. Of course that happened. I'm gonna use a heal seed. Encore. There you go. There go all your statuses. Now kill him. Thank you. That was scary. Fuck, dude, I'm so sick of traps. At least that one only did status and not any items or anything. One of those multi-teleport items that Dialga have added at a monster house. I mean, that's kind of the point of me bringing him, was for the room-wide move. Anytime, if I ever get into a monster house, I'm leaving it up to him. Please use Bullet Seed. Yes. One more. Yes. I was afraid of that discharge. Of course, there's more enemies. Okay. Dude, what the fuck? Where are all these guys coming from? Well, fuck. Okay, well, I had a Reviver Seed, so it's fine. Good news, Reviver Seed brought all my stuff back, so that's actually super nice. I'm very annoyed that all those enemies came out of... Dude, seriously? Another? You've got to be kidding me. Where are these guys coming from? Like, seriously. Another? Dude, let me out. Jeez. I just want to leave this floor. They're all spawning in the middle of the map, but it's all water, so they can just walk over it, dude. Leave me alone. Get me out of here. Oh my god. Oh my god. Okay. I'm just gonna save and then move on, I guess, and then hope I don't get crushed by whatever is about to happen. Oh my god, it's just another section. God damn it. Okay, I replaced my Reviver Seed, so that's good. There's not nearly as many enemies on this floor as there was on the other one. Sick of the trap though. Please kill him, thank you. I don't. Oh, you only hit twice. Of course you did. Fire Fang. Okay, that worked out. Okay, that did a shit ton of damage, and I'm confused. That's bad. That's actually very bad. I did not realize that. Okay, I might die here. I have to eat an orange berry. My only orange berry, because I can't do anything about this confusion. Okay. Nope, still confused. Still confused. Still confused. Can you please end? And I died. Great. Wonderful. Dude, I was confused for like 7 turns. That was so fucking stupid. That was so dumb. Dude, I'm so sick of explosion traps. Ah! Stop. That's so unnecessary. You did not have to do that. You didn't have to kill him. That was so rude. A key. I have a key. Okay, that's Clar's situation though. No, get out of my life. Oh, I have to use the key, don't I? I'm gonna wait for this person to... and then flamethrower them to death. Gorgeous box. Oh, Trico got trapped. Come back. Bullet seed. Okay, well, Giga Drain works too. Just don't bullet seed the next one. Okay. Cool. I don't know what's in the gorgeous box, but I hope it's something cool. Maybe one of the rare items. Quick seed. Okay, that's actually all my items and... yeah. At the very least, organize some stuff. Ha, you flinched, loser. Of course. Thank you. I'll go ahead and grab that berry, and then... what does cherry berry do? I don't remember. Whatever. It's got a good claw animation. Miracle Seabed, we did it! Oh my god, finally. Alright. Hee-dee-dee, tee-hee-dee, glee, wee. Oh my god. What the Gyarados? Get the fuck out of here, my guy. I found you at last. You're the Fion, right? You make the cure, all Fion do. Rejoice, from now on you will answer to me. All Fion do belongs to me from now on. Hey dude. There's a bunch of them. They say something over the roar of time. Who might you be? Oh, look! You have a bone to pick with me? Dialga, King of Time? You're about 1,000,000 years too early to pick a fight with me. You'll regret not running away while you could. Alright, I'm gonna stun seed him, and then let Dialga ruin his life. You can go ahead and turn that back on. I could learn Fire Blast right now. I'm not gonna do that though. I guess I want my first turn to be Scary Face to slow him. Rain Dance. If the game could tell if you had a legendary, your team would shake scared over to surrender. Honestly, it should. It should be able to just tell and be like, oh shit, I'm sorry. Alright, now you're going to sleep. Non-sleep, okay. Can't be put to sleep. That's fine. Get roared of time, loser. Got him. He didn't even get an attack off. He rain danced and that was... Get shit on. Very good. Very good, very good. This is our thank you. Perfect. I needed that. I needed that very bad. Now I can go heal my friend. And Dialga's like, I shall return to the temporal tower. Ah, you take the Fiondu. Quick, give it to Manaphy. Okay. Here, take this. It's a Fiondu. Thanks. Draconayr, Clar. Oh, I'm glad. It seems to be working. You should be fine. Give it 2 or 3 days of rest. Am I ever glad? We did it! Hooray! It only took 2 tries. That's fine. Hooray! Oh, it just skipped to he's okay now. Well, guys, as good as ever. Am I glad to see this? Draconayr. Yeah, we know. Manaphy needs to develop the ability to survive in the sea. Let's take Manaphy to the sea. Oh, sad. The Guildmaster and I decided to invite Walrein from the Northern Sea. We felt that Walrein would be ideal for looking after Manaphy. Aye, for all I need from here from your Wigglytuff. You've my word. I'll take full responsibility for raising Manaphy. Please take good care of the little guy. Manaphy, from now on I want you to be good and listen to Walrein. Grow strong and healthy in the sea. As you get older, don't forget us. Draconayr? Prolonging this will only make it worse. Walrein, please. Aye. We're going, Manaphy. Draconayr. Clar. Oh shit. Oh no, that's sad. That's sad. Take care. Dang, dude. My child just got kidnapped. I just got hit, but okay, my dad arc has fallen apart. I've decided. Fuck. Doctors used to prescribe time spent by the sea. Is that a real thing? Manaphy. Little guy's gone. It's sad. We did the only right thing for Manaphy. I think Walrein will raise him properly. Maybe one day somewhere we'll be able to see Manaphy again. We shouldn't go around feeling sorry and sad forever. I doubt Manaphy would want that. But I can't get back to I can't get back to feeling like it's normal right away. I think we should be positive and keep moving forward, okay? That's a real thing? What, just walk it off? Take a long walk on the beach. We did it! Alright, let's take a look at my inventory real quick. Defense, okay, I can use this the scarf again, so that's good. Defense scarf, let's put all the grimy food away. The silver gummy. The doom seed. Fire blast, which I kind of already have, but it's not a huge deal. I don't need 3 evasion orbs. Alright, give me my apples. Am I out of apples already? Fuck, dude. What the hell? All my apples got destroyed by the seeds, or by the traps. Okay, I think that's everything. That's all I really care to have anyway. With Dialga on the team, I don't need nearly as many orbs, because having a room-wide move is so nice. I will buy the 2 apples, though. I'm gonna start buying apples again, because I don't have any. Sunny day, please, give it to me. Nope. Bruh, please. You're already dying. You should go have a nice and positive day on the seaside. Oh, okay. Well, I mean, that's not quite the same. Touch sand. Bruh, touch sand. Gorgeous box. Open the box. Seabed Veil. That's pretty cool. I don't know if that'll be useful for anyone, but... Fionn Song. Whoops, we're good. Alright, done. Okay, Fionn Song, I assume, is useful for... Yeah, Fan P I don't need. What's the other one? Seabed Veil? Nope, I want to look at it. From Kyogre. Oh, shit. That's pretty good. If I had Kyogre, that would be pretty good. Okay, we're good. Let's go see what Bidoof has to say.
Apple destruction traps were built by the big pharma industry to push the Apple-less poor into Apple debt to enslave them under crushing Apple debt. That in chat attacks yep.
What conspiracies are we coming up with now? Oh, I forgot to change the title of my YouTube stream. Hold on. I only just now got the email that was like, hey, it says you're streaming 1,000 Year Door. And now I'm only just now discovering that I should probably fix that. Save. All right. Good thing only 2 people viewed for about 17 seconds. People don't watch me on YouTube. That's what I've discovered. But who fucking cares? I don't care. Any door dialogue stepster is the 1,000-year door. Oh god. Oh, that's funny. You're funny. Bidoof, what do I do now? Cheer up. All right. Well, do we go do like a mission or? Chatot, what's up? How are you holding up? I know that your parting hurt, but it was right thing to do, Manaphy. You did the best you could. I'm sure Manaphy won't forget you. All right, let's go. I'm just gonna do Charfang, which doesn't help. Metang Scarf. Stream Charm. Alright, let's just do Sentry Duty because I don't care to do anything.
They forgot Manaphy ever existed, and never referenced or saw him again. Yap.
I don't know about that. That's a Torterra. There's no way it isn't. Alright. That is Venusaur? Yeah. That is Shieldon. Oh, it's Blastoise, actually. Nope. Okay. Well. Uh-oh. That's Shanks. Nope. Man, I'm not doing very good this time. Queen. Okay, I got that one. What the fuck is this one? Probably Hitmonlee. Give me the hint. Rhyhorn? Okay. All right, I fucked that one up real bad, but whatever, who cares? Where are Team Skull? Right? I think they just got dunked on by Wigglytuff and then ran away after I guess I saved them. You love this game? Yo, Logbo, what's up? Why so is Pokemon? Honestly, this game had like the end of this game made me feel ways, so that's why I have a Charizard now. Hope my night's going well. Well, it is. I hope yours is going well too. We're in the post game. I've never played this game before. So if don't spoil any post game stuff for me. We just did the Manaphy stuff. Hooray, 50 gold. You did kind of shitty. Here's 50 gold. Honestly, I don't care. Take a closer look. Just get a no. Chill. Yo, chill, bro. You're sounding real thirsty. That we already played. We already fought Hooktail and Thousand Year Door. I went through my thirst arc already. Pod day is over. Yeah, I hope Logba. I hope your night's going well. We're just doing this. I don't know what I should be doing next. It might be spam sentry duty until something else happens. Spoilers, there are Pokemon in this game. Banned. You're banned. Banned. Help, Bidoof, help. Good morning. Here's another day of exploring. Okay, it sounds like I just fuck around until something else happens now. AI brooch. Oh, that's probably for Porygon, yeah. Mantine card, 9 hair. Dude, I want the good shit. But they're not giving me the good shit. Alright, time for sentry duty again. Got him. Look at the front. Oh, do you want to see my Charizard that got created from this game? You can hit a fun little channel point reward for it if you want. What the fuck is that? That's Blaziken. It's gotta be. It's a different run, but I gotta head to bed now. Oh, well, thanks for stopping by, and I hope you sleep well. That's Pikachu. Yeah, thanks. I'll probably stream for another couple hours. What the fuck is that? That's Shanks. But yeah, thanks for hanging out. Have a good night. Have a good eep. That's just a bigger Shanks. Just lecture I got. That's Combuskin? It's gotta be Combuskin. Probably Prinplup or Scyther. Over 10,000 points! Hey, we did it. Huge. Was that a high score? High score? That was pretty good. High score? Yeah, let's go! I don't know if that high score is beatable. It would be very, like, very little improvement, and then if I beat the high score one more time, that's it. Oh, that means I get an elixir, right? Or Reviver Seed. Please give me the elixir. Yes, dude. Huge. Keep it up. Hooray, we did it. Day over. Is something else gonna happen? Sunny day, please. Nope. Oh, I don't have money because I died. Oopsies. Honestly, let's just do this. Let's just bank as much money as I have. Yeah, basically all of it. Does the money gain interest in the bank? Is that... That'd be pretty cool if it did. Bidoof, any updates on what I should be doing right now? Nope. Krogunk, anything cool? Defense bow, what is that for? Oh. No, nothing good. Alright, sentry duty again. What the fuck is Vigoroth? Polytoad. Alright, how about, probably Ninjask. Cyndaquil? Chikorita. That's a Meowth. Hands down. Easiest Meowth I've ever seen in my life. That is a Hippowdon. For sure. And that's a Riolu, probably? Hey, 10,000! We beat 10,000. I didn't get a high score, but we beat 10,000 again. Hooray. $300 defense scarf, reviver seed, heal seed, alright. Do I need to be higher rank? I hope I don't need to be higher rank because I have not been doing missions. I'm kind of hoping that I stumble across Krogunk giving me a really good item. That's kind of where I'm at this point. I kind of want to drop all my missions and then just pick the newest, highest ones. Tornado Bow. It's for, yeah. Larvitar Bow. I wouldn't hate having a Larvitar on my team. Okay, let's do this. Let's do this. Let's look at missions, and then we'll, Shimmer Hill, Midnight Forest. Okay. Let's look at this. I want jobs in the same place. Take me to the 11th floor of the volcano. With a grass type partner. You know, sure. Great Volcano. Blizzard Island floor 10 I can do. Okay, so Giant Volcano. And... okay, let's do the Giant Volcano and Blizzard Island again. Oh, I have to activate them. All right. Let's do Giant Volcano first. Okay, we're getting to floor 17 of the Giant Volcano. And Dialga will carry me. And Trico should be fine. I went through last time and Trico was fine. Oh, that's unfortunate. Alright, Dialga. I hope it's fine. take a look here. Mission objectives. Escort 2 Bronzong, take item from looking. Okay, so floor 11 and then floor 17. Dude, the seals feel like rolling is so good. That's not good. It's fine, we have Bullet Seed. That's fine. Just go to the next floor. That's unfortunate. Can't let that slide. Nap time? Alright, well thanks for hanging out. I hope you have a good nap. Did you seriously just miss 5 times? Okay, perfect. Have a good nap. Help! Wow. I guess I just leveled up, so it's not a huge deal. Okay. Not the worst Doom Seed situation. Fire Fang was sealed. That's not too bad. Flamethrower should be good enough anyway. I just can't use fire moves on the Arcanine. Why that side? Why did you spawn there? That's not at all what I want to happen, dude. Charmeleon, perish. Torchic, sure, be my team. I don't want to do that. I have a feeling that... Okay, I managed to hit him, that's fine. Level 6! Oh shit, he's very weak. Well, that's bad. So many fire starters. Yeah, I mean, it's a volcano. That's kind of where they live. No, I can only afford to have one low-level guy on my team right now. If we run into another... Camerupt, like, I'm kind of fucked, I'm not gonna lie. Because I only have, like, the one more Reviver Seed. Dragon Rage, huh? It sucks to be you, because I have way more than that. Tell you if you learn this or not, but as a fire type, you can walk on that lava. I do know that, but I don't know how useful it is. Because no one else can walk on the lava. So... Level 8. Another level up. Stairs are in this room. I see them. Oh shit, that did a lot of damage, damn. Nice, you learned Ember, congrats. Doomseed, honestly don't care. 7, we're almost there. We can almost get rid of this fuel. Hopefully it doesn't have... I was afraid of that. Camerupt. Is it running away because I lowered its health? It must be. Yeah, let's go down. Hey, worth it. Okay, luckily, had nothing to drop. From counterattack, wonderful. Oh my fucking god, okay, that was not cool. I'm out of reviver seeds too, so I need to... Okay, what's the code? What's the generator thing? That was bullshit. What's this generator? Oh, you already pulled up. Huge. Thank you for that. All right. Okay, how do I do this? Friend rescue? Is it Wonder Mail? Or is it friend rescue? It's gotta be friend rescue, right? Rescue mail? Receive SOS mail. Password? Oh, I don't... Okay. Get help. Alright, there we go. Send SOS mail. Password. Oh shit, do I have to copy this whole thing into the generator? Oh, damn it. Alright. Password is invalid. Do I just enter it all as one? What? How does the password work? How do how do I enter the password? Is it by column? How do I enter the password using this tool? So is it the first white column and then the yellow column and then the white column again? Should be by row, but I've never used it before. I just did by row, but nothing happened. Five J2 PAX 6F9 T 02. More likely typo 0245 at 7 at 1. Okay, first row is correct. 0HN at plus percent 6FM S9 6X. Oh, I did typo. Oh, I typoed hard. Plus FC5 3%. That should be an equals. That equals should be equals. There we go. Hey, there we go. Okay. Get help. Receive AOK mail. Password. Oh god. Okay. Oh my god. All right. J. Oh, this is gonna be a fucking nightmare. All right. And 0 JC2. S percent YS4 equals 5 the hash equals x43. This is the password stream. 43 equals at QF. Q F 5 minus percent X and 6. CT8 RM num hash. CT8 RM hash. M9X equals to C. M9X equals to C. JPWNWP. J. WMWP. I love that one. 8 hash XY88. 8 hash XY88. Oh shit, it worked. Huge. What does you need? I need to tap on them with your legitimate DS's legitimate stylus. Exactly. We did it. Revive team. Let's fucking go, dude. Huge. Big. Guys, look, my friend was so fast that I was able to rescue chances left 9. What does that mean? Is that only per dungeon? Or is that like total? It's per dungeon. Okay, so I can be rescued 10 times per dungeon. If I have to do that more than like 1 extra time, I'm gonna lose my shit. A Charmander! Die. Alright. There can be only one. Per adventure. I guess you're right, yeah. Ow, get out of here. Charmeleon still using Scratch? What is wrong with you? Learn better moves. He lived. I did not think he would live that. I meant to go diagonally. Stop. 10, only one more floor. Grab that oranberry. Never mind. Deal with him. Leaving. Bye. Wow. Well, you're not gonna live this, so... Oh my god! It reflects. It does not copy. It reflects. Shit. That's annoying. Alright, we get to do this again. Glad I didn't close the window. That was fucking stupid. I thought it reflected. Or I thought it copied, not reflected. That was stupid. Alright, more of this shit. Alright, just give me a minute. Whoops. I'm gonna start save stating, by the way. Each floor, I'm gonna save state. PSRC. P6W 9HF. (770S = 0). Percent plus 1 at HS. Percent plus 1 and HS. Whoops. And HS. N209 at F. N209 at F. Q hash 7 = 7x. Q hash 7 = 7x. 5, 6 minus 8 at x. 5, 6 minus 8 at x. FS3 W percent 2. 3 W percent 2 at R and R for P and R for P5N. Hey, I'm alive. Guys, look, I did it. That was faster at least. All right, we're back at it once again. Giant volcano, floor 11. Oh, it just put us back where we were. Oops, sorry. Oh man, don't pay attention to what the top screen says. Okay, we're good. I just broke for a second, but it's fine. All right, we're back at it. Sleep seed, honestly, that's worth. Throw the plain seed. Pick up the sleep seed, please. Where's the? I'm looking for Metang, right? Is that what's happening? Oh, that's unfortunate. Okay, that was fine. Oh no, you did a bunch of damage. It's a good thing he'll heal half of it. Running away, yes, good. I want to get rid of this feel. Oh, that's bad. Oh man, that was weird. Oh man, strange, so strange. Uh-oh, okay. You got rid of Spiel. Well, not what I wanted. Spiel, go next to your friend, Jesus. Unfortunately, no. We're gonna continue exploring, but I know where the stairs are, so we can just leave. Oh, faux hold orb, I think holds everyone on the... Like... That was a mistake. Okay, get me out of here. Okay. Okay, Shift F1 is what I want to be using. Now we need to go to 17. Oh, give me that box, actually. That's a red gummy, I want it. Holy shit! That did a lot of damage. Fuck. Oh, it was a crit, that's why. Strange. I wonder what happened there. Oh, I lost my box, didn't I? I'm not bummed about that. I'm not gonna lie. Yeah, I lost my box. That's fine. Okay, let's stop that shit. What's this on the ground? When used, this item causes the user eyes to become gunky and the user gets blinker status. Okay, so I don't actually want that. Forgot that was still there. Troll orb. I have so much garbage in my inventory, dude. I missed. Uh-oh. Okay, well, this is fine. That's not, okay. Less fine. That's unfortunate. That was scary, dude. Oh, he flinched. Huge. There's the stairs. Get slowed, loser. Okay. Only one more floor. And the good news is I am now by myself. Which means I can just do this. Okay, thank God. Ooh. That's gonna hurt. Oh, that wasn't so bad. I'm actually just gonna eat that. $17? All right, this is the floor. I have a feeling that Sleep Siege is not gonna work on him. Unfortunate. Okay, well, we're just gonna have to YOLO it. I did not want to move. Oh my fucking god, dude. I did not want to move. That's annoying. I forgot to save state on that floor too. Motherfucker. Okay, the Charmeleon just didn't come that way that time. You gotta remember where the stairs are on each of these floors now. Fuck. God damn it. I need to save state on each floor, dude. I forgot there's a trap there. Okay, Jesus. Really? I missed? This whole expedition has been just a freaking nightmare, dude. I'll just let them go in a circle, I guess. All right, 16. I believe this was the direction of the stairs. This was not the direction of the stairs. I had to go up one more square. Cool, get that health back, my guy. All right. Now bullet seed his ass. Or do that. Get rid of Doomseed. Yes, leave the dungeon. Yes, I want to go. All right, we did it. It was a nightmare, but we got through it. Hooray. Thank you for Fire Blast. And Protect, I guess. And whatever that is. 1,000 rank points? Jesus. Nice. 1,200? Hey, golden diamond. It was that easy. 480? Yo, let's go, dude. That's so much. That was so much. Let's fucking go. All right. We did it. It was a pain in the ass, but we did it. Let's do some storage going on. All right. Put that away. I don't need that many apples. I don't need that many orange berries or the cherry berry. I don't need that many sleep seeds or more than one escape orb. Don't need that many radar orbs. That's probably fine. Give me reviver seeds. Probably just 2. I think that's probably fine for now. A link box. Alright, cool. I'll just store that, I guess. Okay. Sunny day? Do you have sunny day, Mr. Man? No, you don't. Bye. Alright, time to go to Krogunk, see if he's got anything. And then, I guess, check the boards and do the next set of missions. I guess we want to go to Blizzard City or whatever, Blizzard Island. I was just here! Damn it. That's unfortunate. There's now I have more reason to go to the freaking Isle again. Giant volcano. I might just go to the giant volcano again, in all honesty. I should be able to. Where is everyone? Hello? Oh, it's Team Charm. Oh my god. What's going on? I wonder what everyone's doing here. Oh my gosh, it's unbelievable. They're the real deal, by golly. Can I get your autographs? Hey, Chatot, who are these Pokemon? Huh? There you go, sticking your foot in your mouth again. That lovely trio's Team Charm, the ultra-famous treasure hunters. They've earned the Master Rank, which is reserved solely for teams of extraordinary merit. As expert treasure hunters, they've discovered countless treasures. Moreover, they don't just find treasures. Strong, smart, beautiful. The sheer style of their treasure hunts is what makes them celebrities. In the middle is Lopunny. She's the gorgeous one with the long ears. Next to her is the serenely elegant Gardevoir. Ah, she is so beautiful. Finally, there's Medicham. She moves and flows as if she's dancing all the time, irresistibly cool. But I must wonder, why would the beauties of Team Charm visit here? Hiya. Oh, Wigglytuff. Oh, wait, hold on. She was the main girl. Oh my god. Oh, Wigglytuff, darling. It's been a long time, sweetie. Oh, Wigglytuff, you haven't changed one bit. Seeing you as Guildmaster? Imagine that. That's amazing. It's been a long time, Wigglytuff. Yep, long time, no see. Have you all been well? Long time? You mean... Are you already acquainted with Team Charm? Oh, Wigglytuff was a real go-getter back in the day. Like, growl. So how are you nowadays? Back then, Wigglytuff was something else. No one could beat him. So cool. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. Well, that's like Mandark. Good master. How do you know the beauties of Team Charm?
Well, they're my friends. Friends from long ago.
That's right. We were partners in exploration with Wigglytuff. What? The Guildmaster and Team Charm?
What brings you all here? So astute of you. We came about an important matter. Do you recall when we were exploring a long time ago, we found a mysterious key? At the time, we didn't know what the key was for. We finally found out where it should be used. You see, we discovered a place called Aegis Cave. That key is a perfect fit for the keyhole on its entrance. There's more. It's said that the cave holds a vast trove of treasure.
Trove of treasure? Say, Wigglytuff, darling. That key we found then, you still got it, haven't you?
Key? What kind of key? I don't remember. Ha 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 ha. Hey, we went through a lot to get that key. Are you saying you've lost it? That's typical for Wigglytuff. Some things haven't changed at all, it seems. Look, honey, it's time for our gift.
I hear you, Gardevoir. Here you go, Wigglytuff. We've brought you a gift. It's your favorite, a perfect apple.
Wow, a perfect apple. This is for me? Yay, thank you.
Did you just eat it? Oh my god, oh no, he's bouncing it. Alright.
So, about that key. Oh, I remember now. That key. The one shaped like an unknown. I'll go look.
Man, really just remembered it. Yum-ta! Oh shit, destroying his office.
Here you go.
Yes, darling, this is the key. This will open the way into Aegis Cave. Thank you, Wigglytuff. Why don't you join us? It will be like old times.
Yay, a perfect apple. Thank you.
Alright.
You really haven't changed.
Oh dear, Wigglytuff. We'll be going now, sweetie. See you, Wigglytuff. Okay, bye. Excuse me. Yeah? Maybe go exploring with you? Oh shit, everyone wants to go.
You'd like to go explore the new dungeon too, right?
Yeah, of course. That's right. That's the right answer. I don't know why the portrait was in the middle of the screen. Please let us join you. Please let us go exploring with you. Everyone is so earnest. You're all so adorable. Of course you may. Oh shit, strike a pose? Thank you. Okay, sweeties, we'll go ahead and open the entrance. You can go after we do. The cave is located southeast of here. Okay. I guess we have a Team Charm arc. Dude, there's a lot of post game. I guess we do Aegis Cave and then we be done? Maybe? It's already 8:30. I'm kind of hungry. Fight Torque, Coughing Bow. I don't know why I looked at that one. Empty your inventory of anything non-essential. Pack minimally. Okay. I believe you. Unless you're just making it harder for me on purpose. I guess you could have told that to me for any dungeon and I might have done it. For this dungeon, I would not troll. Okay. Let's get this going then. Don't need that, don't need that. I'll probably only bring 2 apples, 2 orange berries. I'm not gonna use any of these. Reviver seeds, obviously. Conzor, I'll keep the escape orb. Evasion orb, I'm not gonna use. Bug orb, I'm not gonna use. Roll call is always useful. How is that? How is 22 out of 48? Is that still too much, or should I cut down even more?
I don't troll in general, but especially not this one. Is 22 still too many items? Because I can cut down more if I need to. How about this? I'll bring just the one apple. Reviver seeds, and then... How's this? 17 out of 48. That should be plenty, right? Let's go take a look. This will be our finale for the night. We'll do this and then we'll go to bed. Or I'll go to bed. I don't suppose there's tons of blue gummies in here, right? There you are. Well, this is Aegis Cave. Beyond the point is unknown territory. No one has ever been inside it. Just imagine what mysteries await us inside it. Isn't it exciting? This thing looks important somehow. Yep, it's got those odd shit grooves gouged, by golly. It's got a trick to it, I'm sure. There has to be. I'll solve that mystery. Watch me now. Oh yeah. Dude, the music here is a fucking banger. We've asked everyone else already, but what are your team's name? Ah, your team Talagar. That's quite a good name. I think we should be on our way. Let's see who can find the big treasure or treasures of this place. Of course, we'd be disappointed in ourselves if we weren't first, but let's wish each other the best of luck. Oh, everyone's on a race. We have to step it up, by golly. Ice. If you seek passage, close your eyes, then submit your proof. That is ice, isn't it? Is that is a C? I think it's a C. I'm like 80% sure. Yeah, it's a C. Ice. Do I need an ice type? I don't know what that means. Need an ice type or move? I don't have... Should I leave and find an ice type? Do I have an ice type? I can't leave, so I guess we're going in. Picked up the unknown stone. The H. Oh! Of course. Is this a C? This looks like a C. I'm gonna need to collect some rocks, can't I? Wants to join my team? Hell yeah. Come with me, friend. Friendly letter. I did not mean to flamethrower. So I think I know the puzzle, but this is going to be a pain in the ass.
Yep, I figured. Give me my carrot like us. You have to solve mystery to move ahead. It's very vexing. I would assume the stone marker holds the key. Well, I know what to do. Must be okay. I'm not gonna read this because I already know the messages. This is gonna be a whole thing. All right. Sure. Wreck ice unknown or bring an ice type. I think it's the rocks. They drop the rocks. And I need the rocks. Unfortunately, it seems like only the first one I kill drops rocks. Dang it, that was a C. The whole don't bring inventory deal. Yeah, rocks for each letter. Is it luck based or do I have to kill is it the first enemy in the area? Oh, it is just luck based. Oh, hell yeah. Okay, we got one. Three eyes. The music's kind of banger. Oh. Oh, okay. Oh, that's D, not C. Damn. That must be why it's only 3 floors, so that you can go to the beginning to get your PP back. Oh, that's gonna be a pain in the ass. All right, well. Dog road. Okay, we got P. You wanted the C, but instead got the D. That is, in fact, what I have said. Correct. Zubat, get the fuck out of here! What the fuck are you doing, bruh? You're not supposed to be here. This ain't your home. Get out of here. L. A Doomseed lowers level by 1. I should have grabbed a radar orb. I didn't think it would be super useful. Please drop a rock. Nope. Bonk. Please drop a rock. Yes, okay, we got C. Now I just need E. Uh-oh. Poisoned and asleep. I'm gonna use the stairs so I can unpoison. Damn it! Dude, I'm so sick of falling asleep. J. I think it's Z. I get the feeling that the 3 floors will be like the different letters of the alphabet. Because I'm getting lots of Z's. And we're on the last floor, so maybe I should... Maybe I need to do the first floor for like A through I or something. Ugh. Alright, what do we have? A, we have C, D. Yeah, let's stick on the first floor. There's a way to tell which are on which floor. Is there now? Okay. Oh, it's F. I messed up. That's F, not P. Is it the ground? Are the rocks in the ground tell me? I am seeing like the beginning of the alphabet, so I think I'm at least partially correct. Honestly, I should probably just wait by one of the staircases and then speed up time. Well, that sucks. Is it based on the letters? I, C, E are the floors I can find the things on? It's gotta be. It's gotta be. Oh, never mind. E is right here. Please drop rocks so I can leave. Nope, damn it. Alright, well, E's on this floor for sure, so... I haven't figured out how to tell which ones are on which floors yet. Oh, I is on this floor too. Okay, then I don't know. That officially made mine incorrect. Oops. Talk to Chesterberry or a Peccaberry, bruh. I guess I'll grab another D stone. Well, that's unfortunate. Come to me. There's an E. Damn it. Sure, we can take W on the team. Sorry, F. Okay, I'm getting hungry, so let's just pass and we'll come back. We'll do another pass. This is a unique idea, but relying on RNG to get the drops is annoying. Unless I'm missing something. Come on, there's 3 directions they can come from. Come at me. Come at me, E. There's a C. God, I'm already full up. Dude, I'm sick of K. That one actually dropped. E. Damn it. Oh shit. Guess we'll leave. At least we get to listen to the dope music. Just gonna grab as many as I can in case there's any repeats. Oh, another E! Is a fucking key? What? Oops, one of my unknowns got lost. Hey, huge. Get me out of here. All right. Maybe it will. Maybe I got it and didn't realize. No, I did not. Nope, I don't have E, dude. It's so annoying that I've killed so many E's and just are not. All right, Salty, is it RNG or am I missing something with the rock drops? Yep, it's RNG. Great, that's wonderful. That's awesome. Are the floors where the unknown appear always the same? Like, will E always appear on the same floor? Or do I have to, like, find it every time? They are not. That's wonderful. That's great. What the? Golban? Get the fuck out of here, dude. Yeah, waste my revive seeds, thanks. As to how to tell which letters are on each floor. Yeah, give me a hint on how to find the hint. Help me out here a little bit. It's not something the characters can see, only the player. Is it the map? Oh, he's blind. Oh, gosh. Well, there goes my last fucking reviver seed. It's a good thing I don't think I'm in danger. I don't know if the map tells me anything, so maybe it's something else. Doesn't look like it helps me. I don't know. Oh, there's E. E! Damn it. Alright, well, E's on this floor, so... Would you like a more succinct hint? I mean, considering the fact that I have not figured it out, maybe a better hint, yeah. Menu? What about the menu? Message log? Dungeon hints? No, it's just how to do the dungeon. I don't know. Is there a different menu I should be looking at?
I don't know. That's just the frame. The message log doesn't tell me anything. Mission objectives. Oh, I see. Let's just, okay, I mean, so that tells me all the letters, but it doesn't say what floor it's on. It just kind of shows all of them in the dungeon. Is this the right menu? Can I, like... That's per floor. Oh, okay. E! Please drop. Damn it. Oh, shit. I guess we'll leave. A, B. Alright, no E. So I'm just gonna leave this floor, to be honest. Oh. Well. Really? I think I have J and D. Oh, I spawned on the stairs, huge. No E. Get me out of here. All right, another wave. Here we go. Dude, this is gonna take forever. All right, E is on this floor. I don't think I have O, so I might want to grab this one. Damn it, dude. Why did the E's not drop anything? I hate this shit. It's so stupid. Oh my god. I don't have O. Let's get rid of... I have so many I's. Get rid of I, dude. Okay, E, please, please, for the love of God. Damn it. I didn't see what one that was, but it didn't drop anything, so it doesn't matter. Scrabble, you have 5 Qs and no U's. For real, though. Get rid of those fucking eyes, dude.
An E! Oh my god, another E, alright. I hope that he doesn't... He dropped the other one because he picked it up. I'm just gonna leave. Oh my god, dude. Okay, no, on this floor. Why does Crow or Golbat have to be here, dude? Get out of here. I don't know if I have K, so I'm gonna have to replace one with that. I don't care about getting all the unknown on my team anymore. Oh my god, they all want to be friends. I don't want to be your friend. Oh my god. Of course, I should have gone down from the beginning room instead of left. Fine, you can join my team, just go away. Get me out of here. No E on this floor, so we're leaving. I'm getting so unlucky with the E, dude. This is like ridiculous. I've killed so many, and they're just not dropping it. No E, we're leaving. Sure. This is the Aegis Cave experience. It was just garbage RNG, dude. This is stupid. Oh my fucking god, dude. I hate this. I don't care about that rock. There's so, dude, eyes drop all the time, but the E's just aren't coming. Nope.
Gotta say, for being the most popular letter in the English alphabet, there sure aren't many E's. Like all you can spell right now is just I-O-I-O-I-O-I-O-I-O-I-O yap yap.
Dude, the E, like the E's are like it's I haven't gotten one. I got S though. Dude, motherfucker. Another E. Bruh. What the fuck? Please hit the bad guy. Oh my god! Dude, get the fuck out of here! Oh god. Okay, okay, let's fucking Jesus! I finally got it. My good golly gosh, horseradish. All right, I got fucking E. Let me make sure it's actually what I just grabbed. Is that not what I grabbed? Did it drop a different one because it picked it up? I don't know. Oh, well, I gotta sort my inventory, that's right. I don't know how you leveled up from 20 XP at a time, but that's fine.
Hey,
I got it, alright,
imagine
we
if
gotta
you
eat.
had to spell out steel next, or even worse, electric yip yip.
Get me out of here. Imagine if the sticky trap made my E unusable and it made it not work for the fucking. That would make me cry, dude. Yeah, fuck out of here, dude. Ah, finally. All right, I got the fucking letters. I see an ear responding. I did it. God, that took like 30 minutes. Oh my Reggie Ice. Okay, hi. Hi. Go to sleep. Easy. The Guardian's permission was granted. Okay. I'm guessing fire or grass? That was good work. You handled that battle with superb aplomb. You may now evolve. Man, I fucking wish.
You're gonna make us look bad if we don't pick up the pace. This has become unusually exciting for me.
But we'll beat you just solving the next mystery. No, you won't. I've already solved it. And I might have the letters for I hope I have the letters for it. Dude, if they require repeat letters, I'm fucked. Pock. I think I have the... Oh, it's rock. Pock. I think I have the letters for that. Oh shit, which one am I missing? Rock. Oh, I only had the one C. No I don't. I have 3 C's. What? R-O-C-K. Oh, is the... I think I have P and R just looks like almost identical. Yeah, P and R are like almost the same, but I have P, not R. All right, we have to find an R. R, come here, R. I need you. Also, rock. The rock one is gonna crush me. I'm gonna have to get Clara to use solar beam and crush him. To a little loop-de-loop. What? Oh, he threw a sleep seed at me. Help. Teammates moving around me would be wonderful. Dude, they're just O's. Give me an R. There's an R. Didn't drop anything though. I got like 3 O's, but all the like the R that showed up, nothing. There's another R. Nope. I don't know what that is. I think that's M. I'm gonna need that here probably. Let's get that instead of all the D's I have. I guess I got a bunch of O's. Let's swap that for O. I feel like if they pick up a rock, then they don't drop the other one. So let's do that. Let's just throw excess rocks. Oh, I might need N. If you're correct, if they pick up a rock, they no longer drop their own rock. Yeah, I was afraid of that. R is not on this floor. I don't care. Wide slash is like the least detrimental move to be sealed. I don't care. We love Aegis Cave, not luck based at all. I didn't look at that floor to see if... Oh, there's a note. As we promised earlier, we've already solved this mystery. We're going on ahead. This race, so you can get this treasure first. Lame.
Close your eyes and submit proof. Your next word to spell is talage or yep yep.
R? R is on this floor. R. A key. Oh yeah. Wonderful. I love explosion traps so much. They got rid of that in future games, as far as I'm aware, so thank God they did that. Best decision they could have made. I don't know how they designed the song so perfectly, or just mindless grinding, but they did. Dude, I hate this. I can't wait to tell my friend that I went to Aegis Cave today. And they're gonna be like, oopsie. Oh, there's an R. That was a K. Another K. I only saw like 2 R's on that floor, dude. I'm actually gonna grab that exchange for something else. Pekka Berry, I don't need that. For 2 reasons. One, it'll be useful against the rock, Reggie Rock, and then I assume Reggie Rock. And then 2, so that I don't get it used on me. How many floors are there? How many levels? Is it all the Reggies, or is it Reggie Ice, Reggie Rock, and Reggie Steel? Should have stuck. The wind was getting me, so I needed to leave the floor. If I stayed too much longer, it would have kicked me out. Yeah, R's on this floor. Oh, another explosion trap. Awesome. Oh, there's an R. I actually want to stand up here in case they... Oh, they can't stand on the traps. Okay, that's fine. No. It's another R. Do I have one? I don't know if I have this stone. Dude, I'm like speeding up and shit, and this is still just like not happening. I'm throwing all the shit to the back of the room so that I can actually like not have them so that if an E shows up or if an R shows up. Oh my god, yeah, we got it. Let's replace one of the C's. All right, we got an R. Let's get the fuck out of here. Jesus. All right, we're how Celty, how many floors are there? Or how many times am I gonna have to do this? Ice, rock, and steel. Okay, I might actually. So I'll need E's again. But so I was right that there's only 3. Hooray! Go to sleep. Solar beam. That did so much damage. Team Charm did not, in fact, go forward. Honestly, though, they're lying to me. Hooray! The light enveloped me. All right. All right, and this one is steel. All right, I think I have S. I don't have T, and I need 2 E's. Okay, I don't have S. What is that? Oh, that's Z. So I need an S, a T, and two E's. I have none of the letters. I have none of the letters. Fuck. All right, well, here's E. Okay. Let's get you back on track. I can get E on this floor, so we'll wait for E's. I didn't mean the scary face. Fuck. I knew as soon as I started waiting again that was a mistake because he got the W. I keep using scary face by accident. There we go. Another W. All the W's are dropping them. What happened to a Niv? That's a good question. He hasn't talked in a while. Sure. No. Oh, but choke, dude, get the fuck out of here. Now I have to grab that. Fuck. I'm getting lots of W's. Dude, I'm catching lots of W's. Not the ones I want, though. E, oh, E, though. E didn't drop shit. Nope, I need 2 E's, gotten 0. Guess I'm leaving. Before I get sent home. D, G, S can... Okay, so I need S. Can T appear? I didn't see T. No, T must be on the last floor. Here's what I'm gonna do. Let's get rid of all the letters I don't need. Okay, let's get rid of a bunch of these letters. All these W's. Okay. S. Still S. I don't need L, so I didn't see T on any of these floors. I see X. Too bad I don't need X. It's a good thing that my team is really good to handle the Reggies. Like, Reggie Ice, easy, fire type. Reggie Rock, grass. Reggie Steel, fire again. Okay, I think that's S. Didn't matter. Guess I'll grab that. Sure. Oh shit, I'm out of... No, I don't want that. I have the actual unknown S. Does that count? There's a fourth floor? Dude, I can't handle a fourth floor right now. Give me a second chance here. T! I need T. Oh, I need a gummy too, why not? T, alright. Yes, okay, we got T. Now I need S and 2 E's. Oh, I need to see if they even show up here. Nope, we're leaving. Down a floor. A max elixir, that's nice. S. We need S. And E. This is the king floor. Dude, get the fuck out of here. How are you doing? Oh, T is on this floor too, damn. Oh, here's an E. I didn't mean to move down. Oh, we got an E. We only need one more E and then S. I'm gonna leave him alone. Oh shit. Imagine the double whammy. Nope. Nope, neither. Oh! That's S! I'm gonna do this actually, so that they can't. Alright. Alright, we have S, T, L, and one E. We only need E. Imagine that. E again. Of course, the one that didn't. Oh my god. Okay, I guess I'll go. Damn it. E can be on this floor too. Okay, okay. So let's find the exit and then we'll get E. E? And he threw the seep seed. Does that mean he can drop it? Well, it doesn't matter. He didn't drop it, so who cares? It's not an E, so I don't care. That's also not an E, so I don't care. Actually, it might be. No, that's an L. He did drop it. I guess I'll pick it up. Honestly, I'm just gonna eat this so that people don't pick it up. E. Damn it. E? Dude, come on. Literally every other letter has dropped so consistently, and then E comes in. Like, this guy's gonna drop one. Bet. No, he dropped a box. Okay, I'm actually okay with that. Let's get rid of this M. Or the I don't need K or I. E. E. What's safe to drop it with? I have 3 T's. I don't need 3 T's. All right. Get me the fuck out of here. I don't care. I'm like so not worried about any of my team. Leave me alone, please. I want to go diagonal, but it's fine. Take me home. All right, Reggie Steel Chamber. All right. Oh. Get burned, loser. Hey, there we go. Easy. Oh shit, they died. What happened to us? Oh, we were fighting Register here, and Metachamp got into trouble. After that, I just don't know what came next. I can see that you saved us, that Team Talagar. Thank you. We were in a bind.
We owe you one, Team Talagar. If I didn't show up in time to save us, that would have been it for us. That is so true. I'm afraid we can never repay you for this.
I know. How about letting us back you up at some point? I think we've already failed on our exploration. Don't worry, we won't try to steal your glory or your treasure. Let's go. Our goal can't be far off now. Oh god, we did it. Oh my god, there's another like floor of shit. Now it's just probably dungeon, right? Can you stop shooting? Thank you. Okay, I've gotten very impatient with this game. At least it's back to normal dungeon crawling as far as I'm aware. That's annoying. Wiki. I assume my inventory just cleared up and got rid of all the letters. Because now, or at least I hope so. I'm able to pick stuff up now, but it also just took away 6 letters from me, so from the steel. All right, we're just gonna bum rush this whole dungeon. Oh, they're still dropping letters. Hey guys, E dropped a letter. I'm gonna pick it up just in case. Just in case. This dungeon can't be that much longer, right? How many floors is the dungeon? Floor 5. Doesn't matter when I'm speedrunning like this, dude. My freaking luck is so good. Hey! Oh, Regigigas. Here we go. There's a bunch of enemies. Those who see treasure sleeping in the ground, show all of your power. Is Regigigas normal? I think he's just normal type, right? Okay, we want... I think I have a Totter Seed, so let's go ahead and throw that at Regigigas. White Slash. Oh, shit. Counter is gonna ruin my life, so I'm gonna move. Oh, let's go, dude. Yes, thank you so much. That's wild. Come on. Okay. Okay. You're officially only allowed to use bullet seed. Dude, there's so many. I hate when there's so many enemies and it's just like, oh shit, I died. Do not tell me I have to kill the fucking Reggies again. I lost my fucking... I lost some of my special items. I'm like very close to just reloading the save and doing that over again. If I have to recollect the things anyway, then like... Okay. I have to refight the guys. That's annoying. I have to go through the dungeon again. I forgot about that. Okay, I'm just glad I don't have to collect the shit again. So honestly, it's like not even a big deal to me. I lost my special items. That's not a super huge deal. I lost some money, but I already banked all my money earlier, so I didn't lose that much. Oh, whoops, I want flamethrower on the corner. Of course I missed. Sure. Dude, fucking kill him. I don't know why that unknown just, like, destroyed my team. Dude, seriously? Okay. What? Okay, this is the last floor, it's not. I will say, still not as annoying as the Sunflora mission.
Why did that Pokemon destroy your team? You could say that it was an own yip yip.
Haha. You could say it was unknown. Okay. I wish I could shoot anything from my range. Can you guys not deal with one Bronzor? Like, could you? Guys, seriously? My God, fight the big guy now. Jesus. Okay, we got him. We don't need Dialga, we got it, it's fine. I swear to God, if it makes me do letters again. It's an inscription on the stone marker. Close your eyes and let your aura float into the ground. Do it. I'm doing it. Always doing the superhero pose. I'm trying to not fast forward. We have to get out. Okay, sorry, I got distracted by a bot situation. Okay. Boop. Is everyone all right?
Seems that way. Everyone's here. Thank goodness.
But the treasures.
Quite disheartening. Oh, look at that.
Oh shit. Boop. Oh, that's...
The ground heaved up, and a gap opened the face of the cliff. The tremor earlier, what Regigigas and the others were protecting. This must have been it. I get it now. That's where they hid the treasures.
Wonderful! This exploration turned out to be a huge success after all. We did it.
But the credit doesn't belong to us this time. Team Talagar, the credit belongs entirely to you. I'd say it does. The treasures in there all belong to you. My word, weren't you something special? It was like seeing Wigglytuff in action to the old days. I loved the part where I watched you get fucking destroyed. And then had to watch you come all the way back. Shall we go on our next adventure, old friends?
Yes, let's do that. We enjoyed ourselves very much. Team Talagar, it was very fun exploring with you. If we keep up our explorations, we may run into each other someday. But next time, we'll beat you to the treasure. Take care. Send our love to Wigglytuff. Oh my god. Okay, we did it. You can now go to the concealed ruins. We're not gonna do that right now. We're going to bed. And then we're gonna go check Krogunk. And then we're gonna be done. And I'm gonna store all these letters in the fucking garbage. Okay, Celty, should I sell the letters or do I need to keep them? Now's the time. Do I keep them or no? Do I need them? Celty, help. If you want to recruit the Reggies, you have to collect them again, otherwise not needed. Okay, I don't really care. I have Dialga. If I care, I will recollect them and it's fine. I have fast forward, so it's not a huge deal. Let's go get some shit back. I have massive delay apparently. Okay, okay. I mean, sometimes it's like that. If you refresh, it should fix itself. Okay, let's take out... I don't think the fiery drum is really worth having. I don't have any more big apples, so I'm gonna take normal apples. I have worn berries, that's fine. Let's do reviver seeds, 2 heal seeds, 2 sleep seeds. I'll get the protein. Probably a cleanse orb. Faux hold. Petrify. Radar. Slumber. Totter. Warp. And the boxes. Oh, there's Bidoof. I want to talk to Bidoof real quick. I assume it's just adventure more, and then the next thing will happen. Oh, I guess the next thing I want to do is go to the cave, but we're gonna go talk to. Oh, I want to link my move. I have to relink again in. Whoops, I don't want to leave yet. Okay. Nothing for me. That's a bummer. Okay, so what did I lose? I have the Char Claw and the Fiery Heart and the tree. Okay, so I lost one of the Trico items, which is a bummer. But it's fine, I think. Well, that's fine. Alright, that's gonna be the end of the stream. That went longer than I thought it would. Aegis Cave sucks. That's probably my least favorite dungeon so far. Not my least favorite event, but definitely my least favorite dungeon. That sucked. But yeah, we're gonna be done. Let's see if we have anyone to raid. I wonder if Chris is still streaming. Nope, but Yak is. They're playing Left 4 Dead 2. Let's raid Yak. It's been a while since we raided Yak. And we love Left 4 Dead 2, so let's go ahead and give them a raid. Alright, anyways, the end of that stream was kind of a mess because of all the garbage dungeon, but it's fine. Thanks for hanging out, everyone. I appreciate all of you. Next stream will probably be Friday, Thursday night, or definitely Friday. Thursday night would be an extra stream because I kind of want to play Paper Mario. But, yeah, thanks for hanging out. Friday will be Paper Mario, and then Saturday will be a randomizer, probably a Majora's Mask. But yeah, thanks everyone. Love you all. Hugs and kisses. Hopefully we finish this game soon, and then we can set it aside for a while. But yeah, have a wonderful rest of your nights. Thanks for sticking around. Hugs and kisses. And 400 followers. We did it. I appreciate all of you so much. Love you guys. Yeah, go say hi to Yak. Tell them they're amazing. And have a wonderful rest of your day. Bye.